Okay, welcome everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order and we'll start with the land acknowledgement.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Waters. The lands we know today as the Township of Centre Wellington have been home to Indigenous people since time immemorial. We acknowledge that we're on the treaty lands and the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe and the Haudenosaunee. With increasing encroachment by non-Indigenous settlers in the Township of Centre Wellington, the Anishinaabe and the Haudenosaunee could not continue in their traditional lifestyles and settled instead into the villages along the Credit River and on the Grand River Valley. These Indigenous nations uphold their treaty rights within our jurisdiction. Today, our Township of Centre Wellington remains home to Indigenous peoples from across Turtle Island. We're grateful to have the opportunity to share and to respect Mother Earth and are committed to building constructive and cooperative relationships with the Indigenous nations.
Thank you, Councillor Evoy. Addendums and corrections to the agenda.
Thank you. So through the mayor, we do have one addition today. It is item 10.1, which is a delegation on item 12.8, telecommunications concurrence request 6983 Wellington Road 7, Nickel, and it'll be from Jessica McCulloch, Shared Tower Inc. Sorry.
That the Council of Township of Centre Wellington amends the agenda to include item 10.1, delegations on item 12.8, telecommunication concurrence request 6983 Wellington Road 7, Nickel, Jessica McCulloch, Shared Tower Inc. Do you have a mover for that? Councillor Wilton, and seconder on that. Councillor McDonald, any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? That is so moved. Okay, we'll move down to item number 4, disclosure of pecuniary interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. Councillor Wilton.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. I would disclose that I have declared pecuniary, got my words here, pecuniary conflict on 2 of the 3 items that will be discussed and closed. And the reason is because staff at MHBC provided planning advice in the past for both these items.
Thank you for that. And move down to item number 5, closed session. 5.1, in accordance with section 239 of the Municipal Act, closed session. The security of the property of the municipality or local board, corporate and legislative services parking. E, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, corporate or legislative services parking, planning OLT and planning OLT. F, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, corporate and legislative services parking, planning OLT and planning OLT. Recommendation that the Council of Township of Centre Wellington convene in closed session in accordance with section 2392A EF of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended to consider A, the security of the property of the municipality or local board, corporate and legislative services parking. E, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, corporate and legislative services parking. Planning OLT and planning OLT. F, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including corporate necessary for that purpose, corporate and legislative services, parking, planning, and OLT, and planning OLT. Okay. Do we have a mover on that? Councillor Evoy, seconder on that. Councillor Adams, any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? That is so moved. We are going to go into closed session for approximately an hour, but I think it's going to be longer than an hour. It's sort of probably maybe closer to 6:30. If you want to go for a coffee or have some lunch or dinner or whatever, we will be back in probably about an hour and a half. Okay, so let's move into closed. Hello, folks. We're reconvening back into open session. Apologize for we were doing a lot of work downstairs, so I appreciate you being patient with us. So matters arising from closed session, I'm going to read this. Council would like to provide a brief update regarding parking in Centre Wellington. Work is underway to manage the current parking situation. We expect to provide more information in short order. We appreciate the community's patience while we work to resolve this situation. Okay. Public meetings to reconsider zoning amendments. Go down past that, go down to item number 9, presentation and announcements. At this time, we'd like to acknowledge athlete recognition, Centre Wellington Riverhawks, U15th Girl Lacrosse, Provincial champions. So, okay, that's even better. So very excited about that. So I'm gonna bring this up here. So I'll just please join us in congratulating the U15th Centre Wellington Riverhawks. I'll just continue to read this. A team of 19 talented female athletes, including a core group who have played together for the past 4 years. After finishing the season ranked among the top 5 of 25 teams, the Riverhawks competed in the U15B division at the Ontario Lacrosse Festival in Whitby from August 4th to the 6th, 2026. They battled through the tournament, defeating Six Nations, Toronto Beaches, and Kitchener before facing Orangeville in the final. With a hard-fought win over Orangeville, the Riverhawks were crowned Ontario U15B Division champions. This is an outstanding achievement and a wonderful reflection of their teamwork, commitment, and dedication.
We can bring them in. Just get out of here to come in here. Okay, that's what it is. So,
is there anyone on your big tournament, and would someone like to speak to that? Come on up here, please. Yep.
Just want to say, so my name is Brian Gem, and I'm the head coach of the U15 girls B team. I just want to thank the township and the mayor himself for inviting us here tonight to showcase the success of Centre Wellington Lacrosse. The girls behind me here, most of them have been together for 4+ years and are responsible for bringing lacrosse back to the female participation, not only locally, but province-wide. When we started this program 4 years ago, there was only 4 centers in the province that offered female lacrosse. And this year, I'm proud to say that we're up to 25 centers that have female lacrosse back in Ontario. These 2 girls here, they also competed in box lacrosse for Team Ontario the past summer and came home from Halifax with gold as well. So I'd just like to introduce my captain, Chloe Hall, my assistant, Fiona Stevens, my other assistant, Mackenzie Merritt, and my daughter, Brielle Gemin. So I just want to say thank you.
Thank you.
Well, on behalf of council, staff, and the community, we're very proud of your achievement. It is great to see our young athletes go out there and beat the world. I know at times it seemed like we're a small community, but we're extremely mighty and resourceful. So again, on behalf of council, staff, and the community, really appreciate and thank you for all your efforts. I will leave you with this. Just an acknowledgement of that. And in short order, you'll have a little envelope which has some money in it. So that is to come shortly. Again, thank you very much. And we'd like to take a picture as well. So we'll, where do you want to do the picture? Okay, so we'll go over here. We can bring the group and We'll move down to item 9.2 and Groves Memorial Community Hospital and Upper Grand Family Health Team System update. And Angela Stanley, and I'm not sure who else is here. Yes. Oh, hi. Hi. Come on, folks. Love to hear all the good things that are happening at the hospital. And welcome.
Thank you. That's a hard act to follow. Our presentation is in your package. I don't know. There we go. So thank you for having us. Traditionally, I've come before council for a hospital update, but we thought we'd do something slightly different today and bring primary care along with us. One of the great things about working in this community is that you work closely with our primary care partners. And I've often said without primary care, the hospital would not succeed. So we really want to solidify the relationship that we have now and into the future, just to promote healthcare within the system that we serve. So next slide. Oh, me. That's me. I forgot my. Sorry about that. So this slide's familiar to you, our population growth statistics, the patients that we serve. I won't spend a lot of time on it. It hasn't fundamentally shifted much from last year. What has shifted, though, is the growth within our community and the services that we're providing. Our emergency department has not changed in volume much year over year. What has changed, though, is the acuity of the patients that we're serving. So we're seeing about an extra 500 admissions every year from the hospital emergency department, which is resulting in more laboratory tests, diagnostic imaging tests, etc. And while the population or the visits haven't grown significantly, we're seeing more seniors and more patients with mental health and addictions issues presenting to the emerge. Some of the accomplishments that we've had over the year is really an enhancement of our patient partner council. So we've shifted our focus at the hospital to really focus on bringing patients into co-design systems and programs with us, which is different than what we've done in the past. So we've rebranded and reinvigorated that council, and they're extremely active with us at this point in time, which is beneficial as we develop programs going forward. The next item I wanted to share with you, and the two items that are in here that are important, and I wanted to bring forward because they're staff-led initiatives. Our dietitians, we have fantastic dietitians, have introduced a malnutrition program for seniors, which 45% of our patient population is a senior population, and they're at risk for malnutrition in the hospital. So based on their leadership, have developed this implementation of a screening tool, which allows us to identify patients at risk for malnutrition. They get seen by a dietitian early and they get treated early, so that's beneficial. We are participating in new home care initiative through the province. A number of hospitals are doing hospital to home. It's a new initiative where we actually facilitate the discharge into home care versus using Ontario Health at Home. It's another stream. It allows us a bit more control of who we can streamline into it. It's been extremely successful. Very small volumes. We only had 32, but next year or this year that we're in currently, we're up to 45 patients that we will be able to serve in this capacity. We've moved into a different governance structure within the Alliance. Historically, we still have two separate corporations, two separate boards, but we've moved into a common board structure where they're cross-appointed to both boards. Why have we done that? It's been in the works for a number of years, but really to align with best practice from a governance perspective, it's the hospitals are selecting directors based on skill and independence versus appointments. That's not to say that we haven't truly appreciated our municipal representatives and the skill that they bring. It's just a different mode of operating under a governance direction that complies with ONCA. Financials, you'll see that we presented a small surplus this year. It's artificial. It's just a timing issue for one-time funding. We still are projecting a deficit for the fiscal year that we're currently in, but this is just based on one-time funding. The second initiative I wanted to just chat quickly about is what we call Rooted in Care. So at the Groves Hospital, at the back of the hospital, there's a garden. We're planting vegetables in that garden, and we're serving those vegetables to our patients and through our cafe, and that's led by our staff. It's actually quite therapeutic. Staff go out and weed gardens and pick vegetables. Our patients go out and weed gardens and pick vegetables. It's a lovely thing to do, but it's also helpful for the environment and is really giving back to the earth. One of the things is important to share with this group is really about our recruitment efforts. The number of staff we've hired this year or last fiscal is less than previous year. That's a good news story for us. It means that we're retaining staff. They're not changing over as quickly. The number of nurses that we recruited last year were 28. The year before was 72. So that's excellent news. Physician recruitment activities. Hillary, jump up in here with me. So we recruit as a system. You will know that. We've said that before. We recruit for primary care. We recruit for specialists. We recruit for hospital care. And so with Hillary's support through primary care, there's been a lot of activity that's happening. The hospital provides the recruiter. The community supports recruitment activities and housing, and we're going to continue to do that year over year until we have a stable workforce from a physician perspective. Lots of activity happening. Primarily, we're going to recruitment fairs in Canada and the US to recruit back to our community, which has been successful. These are the number of professional staff that we recruited last year. Hillary was instrumental in recruiting the geriatrician to our community, which is fantastic for the aging population that we're serving. And really looking at family practice and supporting family practice, primarily through locums. And for your information, that's doctors who come in and out of practices for short periods of time. Lots of activity happening, and we're quite excited about that. Some of the other activities that we're doing together is really truth and reconciliation. So we serve the same patients, we serve the same community. We're going to do the work collectively together. We have hired a consultant. Her name is Katrina Graham. She's from Heartworks, a local Indigenous helper who is helping us navigate through this, looking at our smudging policies, our land acknowledgement, all of our hiring practices, etc. And we're really doing it collectively with primary care, again, because we want to make sure that we're serving the same population and in the ways that we should be doing that. So lots of activity happening with our truth and reconciliation surety.
Okay. Thank you. So hi, everyone. I'm Hillary Blackett. I'm the Executive Director at the Upper Graham Family Health Team. And I think this was just a great opportunity to show the collaborative work that we are doing locally with our hospital. This doesn't happen everywhere. We're fortunate to have Angela, who is really values primary care and the integratedness for patients and community members. So I do hope to come back. I only have a couple slides, but I'd like to do a more fulsome presentation in the future to tell you more about the family health team. But I'm just going to provide a short overview and then an exciting announcement about a new service that's coming to our community. So the Upper Graham Family Health Team, we are the allied team. So we have nurses, kinesiologists, mental health therapists, social workers, a number of allied health team that work collaboratively with the 32 physicians in Centre Wellington and Arthur to support patients and provide comprehensive primary care. Our main location is in Trailside Medical and then satellite in Arthur. And we provide strong services in partnership with many other services throughout the region, whether it's psychiatric care through other partners and bigger centers in Guelph or collaboratively locally with our local hospital. My exciting announcement today, as we talk a little bit about primary care recruitment, and probably something you hear a lot about in the wards with the people you're supporting, is attachment to a primary care provider. I can't find a doctor. We've been working for a number of years to try and secure funding to start the first nurse practitioner-led primary care clinic in our community, and I'm pleased to share that will be opening this fall. And if I went back. I went too far. How do I go back? Oh, I think I'm stopped. So we are going to start a nurse practitioner clinic that will run out of what is now the after hours clinic in Walmart. So it will run during daytime hours. We're really fortunate here locally that we have essentially a turnkey solution that we can step into. The local doctors run the after hours clinic, so they were really welcoming to have us in that space. We'll be connecting 1,600 patients, 800 to each of the nurse practitioners working there. We will be prioritizing patients that are currently on the Healthcare Connect list. So if you have residents that are contacting you asking, how do I get a primary care provider? Doctor or nurse practitioner, it is through Healthcare Connect. That's where we'll be taking patients from. We're also working with our hospital as they're seeing more newborns at the hospital that don't have primary care. So they might have moved here from Milton or Scarborough and they're having a baby and they don't have that necessary kind of follow-up that they need following birth. And so we'll be prioritizing that population as well as complex patients that are inpatients at the hospital so that they're discharged with a primary care provider. So this is really exciting for our community. And it will be launching this fall. And I was just really excited to come and share that with you today. So thank you.
Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that exciting news and overview. So I will, Councillor McDonald.
Through you, Mayor Waters. Well, what a good news story. Thank you so much. When I first came on council, I can't speak for the rest of council, but it was the initiative of council to strike a committee and help provide housing for doctors. If it's a nurse practitioner, it doesn't matter to me. But thank you for doing this, finding solutions. It really is a heartfelt good news story. And I certainly hope it makes the news tomorrow. Thank you.
Councillor Evoy.
Through you, Mayor Waters. Well, I think the biggest lesson here this evening for me is thank you for bringing this to all of our attention. Although this is not something, council is not in charge of finding doctors for our community, it's great that we are able to support you so that you can find the doctors for this community. And to hear that we're adding more options with what you have created is exactly why we did what we've, or why we continue to do by sending funds to you so that you can bring more doctors in. So thank you for bringing that to everybody's attention and good work.
Councillor Adams.
Thank you. I think probably a little bit hidden in there was the fact of the change in the board governance. And so there's 3 councillors that this term have been sat on the board. And I definitely understand the transition to the type, but I will say there was so much information learned and sitting in those board meetings, and I'm going to miss some of that. So keep doing what you're doing in terms of getting the awareness out here and other ways in the community, because there's a lot of good work being done there. And I would say, I went through the Emerge with my youngest last night. I was in and out in under an hour. Like, honestly, every single staff person from triage to doctor, everything, they were just 10 plus. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for that. And I truly appreciate municipal representation. It's just a shift in how we're doing things. However, if we can continue to support the learning of councillors in terms of how hospitals are funded, how they interact, happy to do that in any way. We're currently meeting regularly with Dan and the mayor, and we'll continue to do that. But again, you know, if there's an opportunity, I'm happy to sit and chat with anyone, or I can set up and lecture you about how we get funded. That may not be so fun. But happy to share whatever we can, just so you have that knowledge that you can take out to the community. Absolutely happy to do that.
Any other questions? Again, thank you for coming out with your presentation and all the good news. Very nice to see you again tonight, and appreciate you sort of holding out there and providing us this information for tonight. So, and with that, I'll read the recommendation that the council receive the presentation from Groves Memorial Community Hospital for information. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Adams, seconder on that. Councillor Wilton, all those in favor? That is so moved. Thank you.
Thank you for your support.
So now we're going to move down to item 9.3, Monster March Parade and Township Road Closures presentation from Sensational Laura Group, Superperson Barb Lee.
turn this on so you can hear me. Thank you very much, Mayor and Council, for seeing me. You have a heavy agenda and you've had a busy afternoon already, so I don't want to take up a lot of time, but I want to throw my pitch out there from Sensational Laura. So the Monster March is something that we are asking to be considered a legacy community event. This comes in with regards to the potential for fees being charged, specifically in this case for road closure necessities. So we've been operating a march for 16 years now. It was started in 2010 by Julie Dennany, and we took over in 2015. And there's a lot to be said about it. It's a simple community-focused event. People put on costumes, gather, walk through downtown, and have a fabulous time. And there's thousands of smiles, and there's no admission charged, no cost to participate. It's the kind of community event that sort of fits right in with the rest of Monster March, and the fact that it's one of those quirky things that is part of what we do in Centre Wellington. And it's built by volunteers. Everything we do is volunteer-based, and that includes everything about the march, parade route management, participation, volunteer recruitment, setup, cleanup, barricade placement and removal, safety coordination and promotion. So it's a nonprofit-driven event for the people and for the public, for our visitors and community. So we know how the barricades work right now. The township will drop them on the Friday afternoon at the various road closure designated spots. Our team of volunteers, which includes Lions clubs and other people that help out with the barricades. We have 4 Lions clubs helping this year, which is incredible. They set them up, and then they take them down and put them to the side of the road at the end of the event, and then they are collected on the Monday, usually by Public Works. And believe me, we know the need for budget conservation at the township level, but we're hoping that they will understand some of what we need in terms of help and support, and the fact that we are a small nonprofit with a tiny budget for this event, and we're hoping that what we bring to the community is broader than that, and we would love to have consideration to be recognized to fit in the same category as the Santa Claus parades and the Dominion Day parade. We know that there's a cost there to the municipality. We understand exactly what the need is and why they have to cover off expenses where they can, and we totally get it. If you're a profit-making event with road closures and you're charging booth fees, et cetera, of course, you should be paying for that service. We're hoping, because of what we bring to the community, the fact that we animate the downtown with this event, people stop, they shop, they go in the restaurants, along with just plain enjoying the parade. The visitors and the community that come are all critical parts of what we do as a community. So we're seeking that support. I do have copies of this if people would like to have something to read tonight before they go to sleep, and I can share all of our salient arguments with you that way. But I don't want to hold up things any longer. We've all been waiting a long time, and you have a big agenda to get through. So I'm hoping that there'll be some support for our request, and I'm happy to share this. I don't know, Tyson, or Rachel, if I can pass this along, but I won't have a whole lot more to say, but I'll take questions.
Thank you, Barb. Comments, questions, Councillor McDonald.
To you, Mayor Waters. Barb, do you have the amount of what we could possibly support, or what would help the best?
Well, we don't know exactly. We know that it's to be a deposit for the road closure of 500. However, if what the actual charge will be, leftover residual from that, if we will get a reimbursement. Right now, with the cost that we've had just to invest in storage for the monsters and everything else, our bank accounts are pretty pretty low. So we are very fortunate, and I want to acknowledge that we have had the good fortune year over year of receiving funds through the Community Investment Fund, and some of that money we dedicate to our two not-for-profit community events, the Monster March and Pumpkin Day. So we have some funds allocated for that. To run the march costs about $4,500, so we do seek sponsorship from other people, and we've been very lucky in that regard. But even with those sponsorships last year, we ran a bit of a deficit for the march. So we have some anxiety this year that an additional overhead cost will be a bit of a problem for us with the march. And we operate on volunteers and a wing and a prayer, and we do a very professional job, but there is little money left for us in the bank. So we're hoping that there'll be some acknowledgement or understanding, or at least recognition of why we are asking for legacy recognition here today. So happy to answer any other questions.
Council, any other comments, questions for Barb? Oh, were you going to say something, Councillor Wilton? Oh, question for me. Yes. Okay.
Or question for staff, perhaps. So it'd probably be Adam, just if there's clarity on the legacy events that do get the barricades for free versus the ones that don't. So maybe just question whether how that's decided upon, which events are legacy events or which are not. So is that okay to ask?
Okay, I see nods, so I can answer yes. So through the mayor, and hi, Barb.
Hi.
So we're in process of we want to do a fee study in community services, looking at fees for events. Council might recall we presented on this at the last meeting, and so our hope is that we'll get through this fee study, and one of the things that will be considered through this fee study is subsidies for different types of event organizers, and one of which could be community events, and looking at offering a different fee structure depending on the nature of the event and the organizer. So that's something that we'll be working through. It'll carry over perhaps a bit into 2027. We'll be coming back to council at that time with some options for subsidies and some staff recommendations. So I think until we get through that study, we can't really comment too much on any type of structure, fee structure. I can say that currently we don't have a fee structure. We don't have a list of, priority. I can't remember how you worded it, but we don't have that list. We charge based on what's in our fees and charges by law.
Okay, any follow-up to that? Yep.
Thank you, Adam. Just curious, maybe this question's for the clerk. Can we just make a motion at this point?
So through the mayor, absolutely. If it's council's wish to go ahead and make any kind of direction, by all means, it's council's decision.
I'd just like to ask one clarifying question on that. So because of the new policy that we had implemented, there's one additional charge that you would be looking at this year that wasn't there last year, and that would be the barricade charge? Or help me out here, or closure.
I'm here pitching for the barricade charge for the march. Yes, we are aware that if we were to require support from the township to transport the monsters from their storage facility to downtown, there would be a charge for that too. And we did get some generalized information on that. It's way out of the scope of what we could afford. So we're just going to be arranging alternates for that service. We didn't want to muddy the water tonight trying to pitch for both causes. We felt the case for the march was genuinely legit and on its own, and we just wanted to stand on that.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
Councillor Wilton.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. Then I would like to suggest a motion to waive the barricade fee for the Monster March just for this 1 year for 2026.
Okay, before we get that, I'll finish off all the questions here. Councillor McDonald.
I'd be more than happy to second the motion. Just a quick question, sorry. So the 500 for barricades, I know with moving the monsters, that is a cost too. And can you clarify, does our CW Hydro trucks help with that too? Or have they in the past?
They have in the past. We do have a tree service helping us this year. So we haven't had a quote back from asking for CW Hydro support, although I suspect they would provide some. But the township has helped transport the monsters in the past, and they have indicated that they would have to charge this year for that. I didn't bring that to council tonight because I feel like there's a big enough ask just asking for the legacy recognition of the march. And the other thing is a different type of an argument. So we'll have to work on solving that. We would rather work with the township on what makes sense for support and help and how we can work with them.
Councillor Evoy.
Thank you, through you, sir. Before I come to Councillor Wilton with a clarifying question, I want to say I am acknowledging the struggles that Sensational Laura is going through with our awakening having to be moved and, the march that you guys do. I want to say, just for those that are listening who may not know, can you remind us all where how you raise money for and what you do with regards to bringing in food? You're not just there to look good and to have fun, but you're also there to serve our food bank. And I'd like for you, before I go to my thing, for you to just take a minute to add to that, please.
Thanks for that. I should have mentioned that up front. Sensational Laura's strongest focus is on creating events that are wonderful for the town, and some events we charge for. All of the money from those events, all proceeds go to the food bank and the CW Eats program at the high school. And I'm happy to say that to date, it's been, since 2025, over $200,000 donated to the food bank and CW Eats program. So yeah, we don't take lightly when we come cap in hand asking for a bit of a leg up on something, but being a nonprofit with our type of focus, this one becomes really important.
Thank you, Barbara. And through you, if I could get to my clarification from my colleague, are you making a motion for this year or to turn it into her language, a legacy, not Adam's language, but for going forward, always and forever to remove that cost?
Thank you, Mayor Waters. Thank you, Councillor Evoy. I was going to suggest just for this year and let the next conversation happen through when the fees and studies that Adam mentioned happens. So that could be a more fulsome discussion at that point.
Great, thanks.
Yeah, so I'm clear on the $500. Is that correct? Okay.
Whatever.
Yep.
Okay, more. Okay.
Yep. And then I'm just going to look first. Councillor Jefferson. Yeah.
Mike. My question is clarification, maybe to Adam, maybe to Dan, but with the $500 deposit for the road just before, so that we know what it applies to and like what it covers. And then is it reimbursed back if it's not utilized? Like just clarification around that.
Yes, thanks, Councillor Jefferson. So through the mayor, so it's a deposit, $500 deposit, and we're charging, the staff time required to drop off those barricades. I understand, pick them up. So it's kind of a, the charge ultimately depends on the staff time that was needed to support the event.
Thank you, Mayor. And so then, say staff time is like a couple hours. And back after. Thank you.
That's correct.
Okay, so I'm looking to council. Is that something we're all wishing here that for this year? And then we'll look at it more wholesomely for next term of council. Okay. Okay. Well, I think there's also you've put it forward, have you not? And I thought you would second that.
Can we just read it?
Okay. I always have a clerk that keeps me on the straight and narrow here.
Thank you. So through the mayor, if I can just read it out for clarification for everybody's benefit, that the motion would read that council receives the presentation from the Sensational Laura Group and that council exempts the Monster March from road closure fees for 2026. So it's been moved and seconded. Just want to make sure we're all on the same page.
So is there any further comments or questions? Oh, yes, go ahead, Councillor Jefferson.
Thank you, Mayor. I think this is something good that we should be supporting this year just because of the impact with the construction at the green space. I think that's a huge location for your main opening event, and I think we really need to take that into consideration as well. So just to do that for this year, I totally support. Thank you.
Okay, any further comments or questions from council? All in favor? That is so moved. Thanks, Barb. Move down, sorry. We're going to move down to item 9.4, data centers and future development in Centre Wellington, presentation by Courtney Pamela. Welcome, Courtney.
I don't really know what you guys are capable of and not capable of, like what's your jurisdiction. But I was wondering if you could lobby for the pause and maybe indefinite ban of building of data centers in Centre Wellington. So I'm just kind of curious of, is that within your capability, you think? Because I know Mississauga and Oakville put a 1-year ban for at least like kind of research regarding its impact on the town. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I know I've read our official plan and we're focused on growth, yet also kind of like the maintenance of the current characteristics that makes the county what it is. So I'd just like to ask, like, to what end are we trying to bring people up that would be accomplished by adding a data center? And to which level exactly are we trying to bring people up? So regarding the growth for Centre Wellington, I started researching this because I noticed that there was smoke in the air those few days that we were having. Like, it was, the severity was 10. I'm not sure of what scale or anything, but it was just severe smoke in the air, according to like our weather warnings on our phones and stuff. But you could just tell a notable difference from the wildfires. So I started researching wildfires, and like, obviously climate change is contributing to it greatly, and the data centers, the thousands of servers in just one data center will have to be replenished every 3 to 5 years. So they produce a great amount of CO2 emissions just in the manufacturing and shipping of all the materials. But for the operation of the data center, I know many people are worried about the, liters of water, the hydro, like the electric demand of them that could possibly produce like a kind of like citywide like blackout or something that people are worried about. But yeah, my issue is just more so the rapid, either rapid CO2 emissions or rapid change to culture or rapid change to, I guess, like land use. So that's kind of the overarching concern, is just rapid change that we can't keep up with and plan along with. Not so much, I think that like human survival will be accomplished with a 1 to 2 degree climate increase. It's just whether or not we want to live in a desert or we want to live among forests. So anyway, humans are responsible for about half of all wildfires. So like cigarette butts, lighting campfires. Lightning is responsible for approximately the other half, yet lightning is 81% of the area burned. It's due to lightning because it is in more remote areas. And if active lightning storms are happening, they don't really want to send firefighters out because it's high risk. So yeah, 81% of land is burned by, responsible for, lightning is responsible for it. And basically, both lightning and human-caused fires require a dry forest environment to propagate. Long-term national trends in both area burned and number of large fires, over 200 hectares, have increased since 1959. But from my data, it's like beyond 1959, like 1900s I was seeing back. So degradation of wetlands and their biodiversity worldwide has led to a greater occurrence of wildfires. Restoring wetlands would maintain the water table closer to the surface, keeping water in the landscape and preventing extreme fires. The wildfire is increasing in regions that we haven't historically seen as much burning. So that includes the Arctic tundra and parts of Atlantic Canada. Fire season is beginning and ending earlier and later. Emissions from large wildfires are fueling hotter and drier conditions. So the CO2 emissions of the wildfires are contributing to climate change as well. So that will just reinforce a positive feedback loop. Climate change is transforming Canada's fire regime because of drought, precipitation patterns, vegetation being dried out, and wind patterns changing as well. Extreme weather events are becoming more and more record-breaking. Again, we set up our civilization based on weather patterns, so to change them is to change what our civilization will be day to day. So we're going to be responding to disasters rather than accomplishing economic growth, if that's the long-term goal. So projections suggest that by the year 2100, Canada's fire season may lengthen by more than a month in certain forest regions. So, think of your kids, the Lacrosse girls' kids, their grandkids. In Canada, wildfires have been measured using traditional methods like GPS and sketch mapping, and those methods have been estimated to be approximately 40% inaccurate. So they estimated that those systems would create so we have satellite imaging now, and the area burned is estimated to be 40% inaccurate, as in, if in 1900 we used GPS to track the area burned, it is likely 40%. They assume that it was 40% larger. So that means that the trends that we see, where now the area burned is much larger, it means that the 1900s to 1950s, what we estimate is the lower end of that trajectory is actually way lower. So that means the change is way, way more drastic by 40%. So any data that you see of this upward trend, you can assume that it's probably 40% worse. So as for prescribed fires, they don't seem to have much impact on trajectory as climate change does. In fact, I don't see a pattern in trajectory at all. So that mitigating risk isn't a matter of burning the dried land that is contributing to the propagation of fires. It's more so preventing the dried land through broadleaf planting, or by reducing CO2 emissions to try to bring down the Earth's temperature and not drastically change it from day to day, like these severe weather events. So as for the data center, there was a study that aimed to assess the combined impact of human activities and natural events on carbon in Canada's boreal forests. In Alberta, it was over 28 years, and 25% of the study area was disturbances. So the largest disturbance was caused by wildfires in the energy sector, the energy sector being the biggest contributor to carbon emissions. So Centre Wellington, ideas beyond just preventing data centers would be researching tourism's impact on carbon emissions, because we have hundreds of cars coming here every single week. We could investigate the material waste, fuel emissions, and construction that goes along with tourism. We could lobby for the ban of cigarette additives, specifically the ones that help them remain lit. So that way it's less likely that they're remained lit when they're tossed, and they are less likely to create some sort of fire event. And we could also lobby for the ban of disposable items such as to-go cups. I've heard that that's within your ability, but I know that's hard to advocate for.
Courtney, I've given you lots of time here. So obviously you're talking about data centers, and you're sort of gone on to other things, which are all very important. I know they're all connected, but if you could just wrap up, that would be helpful for us. Thank you.
Yeah. So energy import versus export, where we have like net exports that actually gain money for the nation because we rely heavily on hydro and nuclear. And I guess data centers, they have a varying demand of energy. And if we were to shift, I guess like their proposal is that you could have the data centers have their own energy. Like instead of relying on hydro that's public, they could have their own private energy, but you would then have to do it very carefully so that they're not contributing secretly to any sort of damage to the town. And then you would also be losing out if, I guess if they were to not meet their energy demands themselves, then a promised sort of like financial gain wouldn't be met. And if they were to continue to, you know, help us scale up our hydro and nuclear needs by promising to pay for any excess over what is normally the like city's use of hydro and nuclear, yeah, they could help us build up basically our energy needs. But if they don't, then we risk losing all of the gains that we get from exporting energy when we have a surplus. We're less likely to have a surplus with their demands.
Thank you, Courtney.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry.
And then what you could do, it'd be helpful if you've put all those words together and you have, I don't know if you're reading from a statement. If you could send that to us, then we would have your words, and that would be kept as part of the record if you do that for us.
Yeah, okay? Sounds good. Thank you.
Okay. So I'm going to read this, that the council received the presentation from Courtney Pamela regarding data centers and future development in Centre Wellington for information. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Craddock, second on that. Councillor Evoy, any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? That's so moved. Thank you.
'Tis that time.
It is that witching hour time. I have to read this. That the Council of Township of Centre Wellington, it extends the council meeting for 1 hour. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Wilton, seconder Councillor Addendums. Any further comments or questions? All those in favor? So move. Okay, so item number 9.5, 2026 Emergency Management Report and Presentation, Wellington County. And we're going to welcome Linda Dixon, Emergency Manager for the county. Welcome, Linda.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Waters and members of council. I appreciate it. And I will be brief. I look at this as like a staff report. So what's before you is our annual report. We do it every year. It's just kind of a summary of how we have the township has completed all the requirements under the Emergency Management and Civil Protection Act for 2026. And I'll just briefly highlight a few areas for you. Everything that's outlined are those things that are in legislation that the township is required to do. So the program, you're required to have a program committee. They met on March 18th, and you do have a copy of their minutes in your report. We reviewed the hazard identification and risk assessment, and as you can see in that, there is a plan this year to undergo a major review of the hazard identification and risk assessment for the township, and then that will be brought forward in 2027. We reviewed the emergency management plan. There's no changes proposed this year. I did submit a report just for information back at the beginning of the year. The province Bill 25 or Bill 50, was passed, given royal assent in December of 25, Bill 25. And that bill, most of it has come into force and effect, but the parts that are with respect to municipalities, they are still not in full force and effect. So at this time, we have put together a draft amendment, but we won't be proceeding with that until such time as the bill comes into full force and effect. And then that will be brought forward to the committee and then forward to council as needed to look at changes to the plan. The one thing that was incorporated, though, is that the province is now, instead of using emergency response plans, they're using emergency management plans, and we've changed that throughout the emergency management plan. Training requirements for the township were met on June 16th. We also have a number of other training opportunities for both members of the control group and staff available, and those are highlighted in the report. The township held their emergency management exercise on June 16th. It was a combination emergency management and IT exercise. Staff on IT and emergency management, along with a consultant, put that together. I think it was very well received and a very good exercise. Just a couple of notes from emergency management side. You'll see that it kind of ties back to the hazard identification and risk assessment review. There was a note about cyber attacks, and then more training needs for staff were highlighted. Public education is a part of our programs. We have attended 2 events so far: the Lions Home Show in May 26th, 27th, 28th, the Township's Open House on May 28th. And we also, at the time I wrote the report, it wasn't confirmed, but we will be attending the Centre Wellington New Resident event on October 6th. And then there's also a number of other ways we meet that requirement laid out in the report. The final one is critical infrastructure. We maintain that on the system. It's a common operating picture, and we're working with staff currently to update that. And that is the conclusion of the requirements for 2026 and how they've been met. So if there's any questions, I'd be happy to address them.
Thank you, Linda. Comments, questions from council? As usual, you're very efficient and right to the point, and I appreciate your report.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'll read this. The recommendation of the Council Centre Wellington Council receive emergency management report EM 2026-01 dated August 28, 2026 regarding the status of the Township Emergency Management Program for 2026, and that the Township of Centre Wellington Council accepts the annual status report of the Township Emergency Management Program for 2026. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Evoy, a seconder to that. Councillor McDonald. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? So move. Thank you again. Yep. Item 9.6, nothing to report from Mayor's County Council report. And now I'll look to council if there's any updates from council in terms of committees. Councillor Wilton.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. Just a short update on the Fergus BIA. Since we last met, I think they've had their Fibre Festival and the Medieval Festival, which were both very successful. They bring a lot of people to the downtown core in Fergus, and everyone really enjoys them. And I'm always impressed by how many volunteers put their work in and how many people get involved. So I'd like to thank the Fergus BIA for that. There's also been the ongoing weekly Twilight at Templin, which has been very successful this year. I've been to a few, and thank you, Councillor Jefferson, for all your work you put into that and your volunteer team there as well. But it's really livens up downtown Fergus on Wednesday evenings, which is great. So everything going well with the Fergus BIA.
Thank you. Any other, Councillor McDonald?
Yes, on August 10th, the Seniors Committee had their regular board meeting, and they discussed the funding that we received from the province to the Victoria Senior Centre. That was a nice announcement. Mayor Waters and myself were there for that announcement, and a big shout out to the administrator there at the Victoria Centre, Catherine. She does an outstanding job keeping everything organized, and she did receive recognition from Minister Cho. Outcome from the meeting is membership is still up, the bus trips sell out, and I guess looking forward to probably spending that money somewhere in the future. That's it.
Any other council input in terms of committees? Yes, Councillor Adams.
Thank you. Maybe just again what we've heard earlier, but just for a record for the minutes. We no longer will have appointees on the Groves board. We currently had 3 elected positions. Councillor Wilton, Councillor Jefferson, and myself. And with the appeal of the Groves Act and their passing at the AGM, those appointments are no longer there. So no further updates will be coming from that. Thank you. In this way.
Thank you, Councillor Adams. Councillor Jefferson.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. Just in regards to the Elora BIA, we had the regular meeting last week. A lot of things were covered. They're planning for their late night shopping and their Monster Month working with Barb and Sensational Elora. And then they also struck a committee for doing their budget for 2027. So we're looking for anybody that has events or anything that they're wanting to delegate to the BIA for funding. If they could do that now, that'd be great. Thanks.
Any other input from council as it relates to committees or activities? Okay, thank you very much. I'll move down, or hold on, I'll just.
10.1. This is the addition of a delegation.
Oh, here we go. Delegation on item 12.8, telecommunication and concurrence requests. 6983 Wellington Road 7, Nickel, Jessica McCulloch, the shared tower, and is online. Okay, hi, how are you?
I'm good. I didn't know if I had missed this evening. So I'm here. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of council. My name is Jessica McCulloch, and I'm here this evening on behalf of Share Tower to speak to our proposal for a telecommunications antenna development at 6983 Wellington Road 7 in Centre Wellington, and respectfully request that council provide us with a letter of concurrence. So I'm usually the one behind the scenes, often listening in and supporting our exceptional municipal team while they're up here doing the heavy lifting. So I ask that you please bear with me this evening as I flex my public speaking muscle and do my best to represent the team. Share Tower is a carrier-neutral telecommunications infrastructure development company. We build and own communication infrastructure across Canada. We work with Canada's major telecommunication carriers to develop and provide the infrastructure they need to expand and improve wireless coverage in communities across the country. So we are not a carrier ourselves. Focusing in on our application this evening, we are proposing a satellite telecommunications antenna installation that will help provide high-speed internet access to users in more rural communities where traditional high-speed internet may not be readily available. Unlike traditional internet, which comes through a cable or fiber line, satellite internet connects customers to the internet through satellites in space. The ground station, or satellite communication antenna installation, is essentially the connection between those satellites and the internet that's here on Earth. It receives information from the satellite and connects it to the broader internet. This evening, Share Tower is proposing a 60-meter by 30-meter compound that will contain communication antennas that are approximately 2.7 meters in height for a satellite communications network provider. This type of service is growing and helps augment existing telecommunications technologies by filling coverage gaps, particularly in underserviced and rural areas. It also provides users with an additional connectivity option beyond the traditional large carriers that we all know. Telecommunications infrastructure is a little bit different from many of the applications you may typically see come through the municipality. It operates within its own little unique world and is a federally regulated industry regulated by Innovation, Science and Economic Development Canada, which we know as ISED, which was formerly known as Industry Canada. Share Tower has completed our land use consultation with the Township of Centre Wellington, and following staff's review for a proposal, they have determined that there are no outstanding land use or planning items. While some municipalities have developed their own local consultation process for telecommunication infrastructure, in the absence of such protocols, the default ISAD process was followed here. Centre Wellington does not have their own established telecommunications protocol. Under the default ISAD process, public notice is required to be mailed directly to nearby property owners within the prescribed notification radius. In this case, because the antennas measure approximately 2.7 meters in height, the notification radius did not extend beyond the subject property, and therefore no public notification was required. ISAD also only requires newspaper notification for antenna systems that are 30 meters in height or greater. They do not require notices to be posted online or on any municipal websites. Therefore, we have completed all of the applicable land use authority consultation requirements, and this was also confirmed by municipal staff in their staff report. This evening, Shared Tower is seeking a letter of concurrence for the proposed telecommunications antenna system at 6983 Wellington Road 7, Township of Centre Wellington. The letter of concurrence simply recognizes that we have completed the required land use consultation process under the applicable ISAD protocol. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council, for the opportunity to speak to you about the proposal this evening. I'm happy to answer any questions that may come up.
Thank you, Jessica. Comments, questions? Councillor McDonald.
Through you, Mayor Waters. Thank you, Jessica, for coming and explaining your position with the tower. I believe it's a couple of years ago, we approved 2 towers under regulation from the federal government. Well, I appreciate that you didn't consult with neighbors because of the height. I always believe, and in working, with developers, they always reach out to me and will say, how can I reach out to the community? Have your own public meeting. You don't have to just wait for the act to tell you. You can have your own. And I really would have appreciated, so this is the negative of this tower. I would have appreciated you reaching out to the neighbors. And I'm not really seeing whose property this belongs to, and they're clearly on board with it and they want to use their property for this. So I appreciate that because that is a resident where I serve. But I do wish you had reached out to the neighboring communities because this is going to go up and I know I'll get an email.
Thank you for your comments.
Any other council? Okay, I'm gonna again thank you, Jessica. I'm gonna read the resolution that the Council of Township of Centre Wellington receives delegation on item 12.8 telecommunication concurrence request 6983 Wellington Road 7, Nickel. Jessica McCulloch, Shared Tower Inc. for information. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Wilton, seconder on that. Councillor Craddock, any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? That's so moved. Okay, so now we'll move down to
consent items.
Yep. Oh.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
As I'm typically not the one speaking, does that mean that we did get concurrence?
Yes. Not on the. Not on the. We're not quite done yet, so.
Okay. Okay. Sorry.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay. Consent. Okay. Consent agenda items are considered routine in nature and unvoted on collectively. However, any member of council may request one or more items be removed from consent agenda item for separate action. So I'll read the. Where's the? Okay. Okay, that the minutes of regular council meeting held on July 13th, 2026, and the minutes of special council meeting held on July 30th, 2026 be approved and circulated, and that the minutes of Heritage Centre Wellington Advisory Committee meeting held on July 7th, 2026 be received for information, and that council township, and operating results, yes. Capital project status. 2026 quarterly procurement report and toll booth Bellwood Lions. And land acquisition update, 350 St. Andrews Street, West Fergus.
Does anybody want anything pulled?
Yep.
We're good.
Any poll questions, comments? Nope. Okay. And that the Council of Township of Centre Wellington approves consent agenda items 11.1 through 11.6. Do have a mover on that? Councillor Wilton, seconder on that. Councillor McDonald, any further comments or questions? Seeing none. All those in favor? That is so moved. Okay, so we'll move down to item 12.1, Fire Master Plan Update, and a report from Jason Ben, our Fire Chief. Oh, it came through the door. Holy cow. I was waiting for the music.
Careful what you asked for. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council, staff, and public. I'm pleased to present the updated Centre Wellington Fire Rescue Fire Master Plan, which provides a strategic roadmap for the next 10 years. This plan is about ensuring that our fire service continues to evolve with the community and that we prepare for the risks and challenges ahead. Centre Wellington, as you are well aware, is going to grow and exceed 58,000 individuals by 2051. That growth will place increasing pressures on the emergency response, staffing, facilities, prevention services, and infrastructure. And at the same time, we're seeing changing demographics, increasing development intensities, and evolving expectations around emergency response. This plan confirms that Centre Wellington is providing an effective and professional and valued service to our community. We have a strong leadership, commitment to firefighters, positive organizational culture that we are working on each and every day, and a strong relationship with council and township administration. The plan is not about changing everything we do. It's about identifying where we need to be to strengthen our capacities to maintain the level of service in the future. Some of the key priorities are strengthening the fire prevention and community risk reduction, supporting firefighter recruitment, retention and development, enhancing leadership and succession planning, improving technology and records management, continuing to monitor emergency response and performances, planning for a future station and infrastructure requirements as well. One of the more significant recommendations is a phased transition towards enhanced daytime staffing, ultimately adding approximately 6 full-time firefighters over a 10-year planning period. This is intended to support reliable daytime emergency response while continuing to recognize the important role of our paid on-call firefighters play in Centre Wellington. The plan also identifies the need for a new fire station in the Northeast Fergus corner, future training opportunities, and long-term considerations of relocating the existing fire station as development continues to the south. These are long-term planning considerations, and we need to be evaluated through future capital planning and budget processes. Financial approach at present is importantly that council is not being asked to approve all these investments tonight. The master plan provides a strategic direction, individual recommendations, while returned through the appropriate annual budget and capital planning processes for council's consideration. Ultimately, the fire master plan is about being proactive rather than reactive. It gives council and the township a clear, evidence-based roadmap to manage growth, address emerging risks, ensure CWFR remains capable of providing a high level of service to our community of what they expect each and every day. We are bringing forward the plan today at council's for information and comments, with staff planning to return in September, seeking council's endorsement. Thank you to council, township administration, Tom Mulvey, our firefighters, and anyone else who's contributed in developing this plan, and especially Bear Integrated Solutions Incorporated. At this time, I would like to ask Tim Beckett, a consultant from Bear Integrated Solutions, to attend the podium and present the master plan to you.
Well, good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council, good to see you in person. I think I had an opportunity to talk to each and every one of you. This is an opportunity for us to present the master plan. And as the chief said, it's about protecting a growing community through a fire service that remains safe, reliable, and sustainable. With me on the line is Isaac Commandante and Dave Speed. Both were integral parts of putting this plan together. So what is a master fire plan? It's a long-range decision framework. It connects today's risks and service capabilities with projected growth, changing demand, legislation, fiscal responsibility, and it's not about fixed spending schedule, as the chief talked about. It's really a roadmap that allows future discussions to be made using fact-based evidence. Our process, we examined the full service. We looked at governance, staffing, prevention, public education, your training, right through to your facilities, apparatus, and emergency management. We assessed how the services are currently being delivered, what capacity or potential gaps may exist, and how station apparatus deployment could evolve. The test applied throughout the plan was straightforward. Is the service effective against local risk, efficient in its use of resources, compliant with legislative intent, and resilient enough to adapt to the changing Centre Wellington growth? The plan itself is grounded in the community risk assessment, one that is provincially legislated. It looks at 9 different mandatory profiles that you can see on the map there, on the screen. And really, it's about the important findings of that CRA integrating into where your services are most needed. Along with the CRA, we did community and fire station tours. We did targeted interviews with a number of key staff and with each and every one of the council members here. We did an online survey with firefighters, and we did an industrial peer comparative analysis. The central principle is risk-informed service delivery. As we talked about, the CRA is that piece that looks at where you should guide your goals, your service level, work plans, and capital decisions. As growth and risk change, this needs to be continued to be evaluated, and you need to change as well. The central planning principle is is risk-informed service delivery. You know, it guides everything through the 3 lines of defense. It looks at the whole aspect of education first, prevention second, and emergency response when everything else fails. The objective, therefore, is not growth for on its own. It's a balance that directs resources to demonstrated risk, maintains operational readiness, supports firefighter safety, and maintains a fiscally sustainable long-term plan. It's about how do you balance public safety with your fiscal responsibility as council. We looked at 7 different program areas that define throughout here. We established 33 observations through 38 key recommendations. We looked at suggested timeframes. They reflect urgency, organizational capacity, growth dependency, and future budget decisions. Again, council retains control over implementation through annual priorities and approvals and through the budget process. You've got the piece of the plan that was provided to you. Just quickly, you know, when we look at administration, the immediate priority is clearly governance, looking at setting established benchmarks for the fire service to align to. When we look at public education and inspections, prevention and inspections, it's about looking at a more community risk reduction through strong programming, being systematic through a targeted public education program, and a proactive code enforcement. So you're getting out there proactively into buildings for inspection purposes. We also suggest that you look at an additional fire prevention / public education officer as you continue to grow and put these programs through its pace. From an emergency response aspect, it's really about monitoring service demand. It looks at operational readiness and define service boundaries. The priorities include looking at how you deal with multi-residential demands that you're going to see with the growth coming, a review of your tiered medical response, making sure you're going to the right calls on an annual basis. You've got partners that you're completing with battery energy storage. You've got that program in place, carry on with that. Good work there. And then it's really about digitizing all your pieces so that you have a good data management program. The emergency training and professional development. One of the key pieces there is looking at making sure that you're meeting the required certification and the service complexity of the calls you're going to. Looking at a feasibility review for a live fire training center, one that could service the region and not just for fire, but look at a number of third-party partners that you could have out there, whether it be EMS, whether it be hydro, whether it be others that want to involve in there and share the costs of that, as well as other county fire departments. And then I have identified the need for a dedicated training officer aligned with you continuing to utilize your part-time staff as well. Emergency communications being done with Guelph Fire Department right now. Collaborate with Guelph. Look at an updated schedule with them so that you're formalizing measurable expectations on what they're going to provide you within the agreement. This will then allow you to measure, because that call taking process is all part of your total response, getting there quickly. If they're not meeting certain needs, then you've got it all written down. So that's what we're suggesting, is make sure you have a written agreement with them in that aspect. Your capital assets, conducting a functional building assessment on both fire stations, looking at safety codes, compliance, decontamination, apparatus movement, storage, training, and future staffing needs. The Fergus station, again, we'll have to look at shorter term pieces if you do align with replacing that station further south, as we're going to talk about in just right now. So what we did was we did conduct a station location, as your community builds out, as the growth continues to happen, plan for the south, we looked at a 3-station model, one that identifies a third future station up in the North Fergus area. And this looks at a window of 12 to 60 months. And the reason why it's a 12 to 60 month range is it takes planning. Now, the best time to start planning is today, and then working out the time that it takes to build that station. Also looking at taking the existing Fergus station and relocating it further south. Then that allows that new development that's occurring there. It provides you, and we looked at this through a lens of not just your issues today and not your issues in 10 years, but what are your issues going to look like in 50 years from now when you need full-time staff, your growth is where it's at, pieces like that. And this is the model that we think will best serve the community as we see it right now. And the last little piece here is looking at the phased hybrid staffing transition that the chief talked about. And this is really looking at how you transition. Your volunteers play a very important role and should continue to play an important role in this community. But as call volumes increase, as the reliability of your volunteers decreases, then you've got to start to look at how do you augment full-time staff into that. We've established a 5-phase program for you. Starting out, it's from 72 months from now. That said, growth needs change. Your volunteer reliability may change. This needs to be looked at on an annual basis and adjusted accordingly. You might not need it in 72 months. You might need it in 36 months, or you might need it out in 84 months from now. So opportunity exists there. Just to wrap up, this is all about the strategic value of the plan is that it connects governance, risk reduction, operational readiness, people and assets in one long-term plan. It protects the strength of the paid on-call model that I know was very important to everybody while preparing for that composite transition. And investment is demonstrated through need, fiscal capacity, and measurable outcomes. So it's not, here's your plan, this is how much it's going to cost you, you must do it. It's about giving you that flexibility and the roadmap to move forward. So, Mr. Mayor, that concludes our presentation. Happy to take any questions that you might have.
Yes, thank you for your presentation, and I'll look to Council for comments or questions. Councillor Wilton.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. Thank you for the presentation. It's great, and the plan looks very solid. I'm just curious if you could comment on equipment as we're starting to grow taller in terms of our buildings. Just curious if we currently have equipment to handle that, or if that was factored into the capital assets part of their strategy. Thank you.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, we did look at the whole aspect of apparatus, and your apparatus is pretty well aligned for the needs of the community. I mean, you're going up, but you're not going up drastically. A lot of it is less about equipment and more about tactics on how your firefighters operate that. The one thing that we did observe is that you do have funding for a replacement vehicle coming up, and we in the report recommend that you look at a mini pumper. Capabilities of providing quick response. It'll integrate into a full-time staff, that transitional model very well, but not meant to augment bigger apparatus in your fleet either. So it's about that balanced approach.
Councillor McDonald.
So thank you for taking us through the process. I really enjoyed my interview because I feel you captured quite a bit of it. Here in Elora, we're different, we're unique, we have a gorge. Contrary to what people think, everyone comes from all over the world to see the gorge. And we've had some major fires, we've had some major incidents in the gorge. I can't thank our volunteer firemen enough for keeping our community safe. How is this plan going to help that? Where the gorge is concerned, what do you see the benefits?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, the benefits that we've identified in the plan is around starting with the data, making sure that you have proper data collection so that you can utilize that data to help build plans. The second piece, the plan talks about the training, the whole aspect about ensuring that you have the appropriate training to meet the needs within the community, but not training on everything. We've identified a recommendation that says look beyond your area for those low acuity calls, such as, big hazmat incidents, confined space, trench rescue type calls. Utilize surrounding fire departments so that your people aren't having to train on that and understand that for calls that they may never ever go on. Focus on the gorge. Focus on that rescue type training. You're doing our review indicated that this is a very strong department when it comes to that asset. And you should be sharing that asset around as well. Look outside your community to who else could actually utilize that and work a contract up with them as well, so that if they need something, you can gain some funding back through an agreement that way. So.
Any further comments or questions? I was going to ask on the, I noticed that on the hires and the full-time, you're talking sort of, I'm looking way out, 180 months, or it was somewhere around there, and you're talking about 120, is that based strictly on population? Is that based on, or what is it a combination? Because obviously we do have some full times, but is that sort of where the marketplace is going? Or maybe you can explain that a little bit better.
Yeah, so Mr. Mayor, what we looked at was we didn't look at it in isolation of just growth alone. We looked at, that potential risk. We looked at, that aspect of where we start to see the call volume increasing, and we're able to predict that out to a reasonable number. It'll adjust, as each year goes along. But also then we look at the reliability or the capability of the volunteers that continue to respond to that number of calls. And that's where we started to build in the aspect of, along with your growth, saying, okay, you start off with a daytime staff. It relieves some of the pressure on smaller calls. You're still calling the volunteers out for the big calls. And then as you transition out, and we didn't want to stop at 120 months on a plan that could, we were able to predict out 184 months. And what that does is then walk you through so that you have a full-time crew, 24/7 here all the time to respond, but still relying on your composite model of the volunteers or part-time firefighters to be coming in and doing what they do best. So it's a combination.
Council, any more further comments or questions? Councillor Addams.
Thank you. Thanks for all your work. There's a lot of information here. Just looking to confirm like the next steps. Today we're just receiving that for information, and then does that go up then for like notice or consultation with the public to comment? And yeah, if you could just guide us through the next steps.
Yep, I can take that one. So yeah, thanks, Councillor Adams. So through the mayor. This is for information right now. The draft report has been posted on the township's website. And so we do welcome comments from council or members of the public on the report. And then we plan to come back at the late September meeting of council, seeking council's approval of the report and recommendations. At that time, we're still not, we're like these items that have been recommended, we'll be programming them through future budgets. So council's still not necessarily approving the budgets at that time, but approving the report recommendations.
Councillor Craddock.
Thank you, and through you. Do we have the data or rough numbers for the amount of calls that are going out outside the municipality to places like Mapleton or Guelph Aramosa, and like how that was factored into your staffing needs?
Yes, at present, through you, Mr. Mayor. At present, we've had 16 calls to the Elma area, which is a mutual aid agreement or an automatic agreement with the Township of Mapleton. To do so, we have many neighboring municipalities that we provide mutual aid to on a constant basis. I don't have those numbers here for you this evening, but we do go out of our area to help on several locations as well. And then with the new tech agreement, we foresee going out of the area as well while maintaining our service here.
Follow-up. Does their growth factor into your staffing evaluation though?
So even though you're responding outside, the growth or those numbers aren't that significant in comparison to the number of calls internal into Centre Wellington. So it was factored in, but it was negligible in terms of the results. It didn't make a difference.
Councillor Adams.
Thank you. Just another question. And I know it's pretty far out, the 10-year for the relocated Fergus station. Is there, like when we look at the map and they're like, is that just a general location right now, or is that a very specific location that it's pointed to on the map right now? Because we're also going to be doing some work on there in terms of like the roundabout and like the gateway and stuff, and it seems to be like plucked right in there. So I'm just kind of curious if that's a specific location or general there.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yeah, we're going to put the fire station right in the middle of the roundabout. Hey, you go anywhere? No. Yeah, so that is a more of a general location. It can shift either way, up, north, south, east, west. Not a lot, because the more you shift it, the more your boxes will shift. But if you were to shift it 500 meters one way or the other, it's not gonna make a difference, that big of a difference in the overall response plan.
Any other comments or questions from council? Well, thank you, Chief, and folks for your presentation. And I'll read the recommendation that the Council of Township of Centre Wellington receives report number CS 2026-30 Fire Master Plan update for information. Do I have a mover on that? Councillor Evoy, a seconder on that. Councillor Jefferson, any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? That is so moved. Thanks again. Appreciate your time. Okay, so we'll move down to item 12.2, restricted acts, the lame duck period reminder and notice of upcoming update. And we have Natalie who's going to come and speak to this. Welcome.
Members of Council, I'm here today to provide an update regarding the restricted acts period, also commonly known as the lame duck period. Following the close of nominations on August 21st, 2026, staff have reviewed the filed candidates and have determined whether 3/4 of the current council could possibly be elected for the 2026 to 2030 term of office. Based on that review, as well as the conclusion of the certification process conducted today, August 24th, 2026, it has been determined that fewer than 3/4 of the township's current council could possibly return. As a result, the restricted acts provisions under Section 275 of the Municipal Act are now in effect. The specific restrictions can be found in the report provided to you today, and this period will be in effect until the end of the 2022 to 2026 council term on November 14th, 2026. This update is provided solely for information purposes and no action is required as of this moment. So I'd like to thank you for your time, and if you have any questions, I'd be happy to take them now.
Thank you. Comments, questions? Thank you very much for your presentation then. I will read the recommendation that the Council of the Township of Centre Wellington receives report Core 2026-33 restricted acts, the lame duck period, reminder and notice of upcoming update for information. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Wilton, seconder on that. Councillor Craddock. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? That's so moved. Thank you. Move down to item 12.3, vendor of record. Gaseous chlorine. Really waiting for this one.
Through you, Mayor, this report seeks Council's approval to designate Brentag Canada, Inc. as the vendor of record for the supply and delivery of chlorine gas used in the township's drinking water treatment system process. Chlorine gas is a critical component of the disinfection process and is essential in production and maintenance of safe drinking water. Staff have completed review of both available suppliers as well as procurements completed by other municipalities. Through these reviews, it was evident that Brentag is consistently the successful supplier. It was determined that other vendors may offer chlorine gas, however, it is sourced through Brentag and resold at a higher cost. Designating Brentag as a vendor of record will provide a reliable and efficient procurement process for this essential chemical while remaining consistent with the township's purchasing bylaw and procurement policy. Staff recommend approval of the vendor of record designation to ensure uninterrupted access to this critical treatment chemical and support the ongoing delivery of safe drinking water services for our community. I'm happy to address any questions council may have.
Thank you, Dino. Comments, questions? I think you handled it very well, so I'm going to read the recommendation that the Council of Township of Centre Wellington authorized use of Brentag Canada Inc. as the vendor of record for supply and delivery of chlorine gas for the purpose of drinking water disinfection. Do I have a mover on that? Councillor McDonald, seconder on that. Councillor Wilton. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? That's so moved. I think we're going to do is take a 5-minute break just for everyone, just to stretch their legs, and then we'll be back shortly. I have to read this, that the Council of Township of Centre Wellington extends the council meeting for 1 hour. Do you have a mover on that? Councillor Craddock, Councillor Adams, any further comments, questions? All in favor? So moved. Okay, so we'll move down to item 12.4, Municipal Waterworks Bylaw 2006-080 amendment report, and we welcome Dino back again.
Good evening. Thanks again through you, Mayor. This report recommends amendments to the Municipal Waterworks Bylaw 2006-080 to address outdated provisions and references. The proposed changes modernize references to our fees and charges bylaw, strengthens our current practice of requiring new development to connect to municipal services where available, and prohibits the installation of new private water wells on new development fronted by municipal water main. The amendments would also require existing private wells to be properly decommissioned within 2 years of connecting to the municipal water system. This will help protect our groundwater and support long-term sustainability of the township's drinking water infrastructure. These amendments also improve the township's ability to administer and enforce the bylaw by introducing an updated inspection powers, as well as enhanced compliance tools. These measures include the ability to issue orders, require corrective action, recover costs associated with noncompliance, and register liens where necessary. In addition, a number of housekeeping changes were also included to correct outdated references, improve clarity, and address typographical errors identified through internal and external reviews. Staff believe that these targeted updates will strengthen the township's ability to manage and protect its municipal drinking water system until a comprehensive bylaw amendment, or update, I should say, is brought forward in 2027, and recommend that council approve this amended bylaw.
Thank you for that. Comments, questions? Councillor McDonald.
Through you, Mayor Waters. So with this update, it aligns with best practices out of Walkerton Centre. All of those suggestions that we always got.
Yeah. Great question. Through you, Mayor. Absolutely. This is consistent with our Safe Drinking Water Act and the standard duty of care, yes.
Councillor Adams.
Thank you, through you. Thanks for the report. I see that obviously a refresh was needed. We do have a couple of large projects happening, running through like existing neighborhoods. Colin, we've spoken a lot of time about Guelph Street and Elora Street and the new infrastructure going through there. So for that project in particular, I'm just trying to figure out if this bylaw would change anything of the communication to date. I think from my knowledge is that when that infrastructure project starts happening, which is likely next year, the residents along that would have an option to either connect or not connect. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yes. Again, great question. Through you, Mayor, and Colin, feel free to jump in. That is correct. The option is there. This is not an intent to force anybody to connect to new services. This is for example, infill development where municipal water services are available. Our practice has always been that you connect to those services, not drill a new well and install a new septic system. So that has been our practice. We're now putting it into bylaw.
Perfect. Thank you. Thanks so much.
Any other further comments or questions for Dino? Okay, thank you, Dino. I'll read the recommendation that the Council of Township of Centre Wellington authorize the Mayor and Clerk to sign a bylaw to amend bylaw 2006-080. Do we have a mover for that? Councillor McDonald, seconder on that. Councillor Wilton, any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? That's so moved. Thank you. We'll move down to item 12.5, designation bylaw, 250 Garifraxis Street East, Fergus, and I see Deanna up here to speak to that. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Waters and members of council. There are 3 fairly routine heritage-related reports this evening, so I'll try to keep it brief. This report is the designation bylaw for the property at 250 Garifraxis Street East in Fergus. No objections were received for the notice of intention to designate, and as such, the bylaw is being brought forward for council's consideration, and I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you. Comment, question from council? Okay, I'll read the recommendation that the Council of Township of Centre Wellington confirms the intention to designate property municipally known as 250 Garifraxa Street East, Fergus, in the Township of Centre Wellington as a property of cultural heritage value and or interest pursuant to Section 29, Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act, and that the corresponding bylaws be given 3 readings. Do I have a mover on that? Councillor Wilton, seconder on that. Councillor Craddock, any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? That is so moved. We'll move down to item 12.6, and we have Deanna there to speak to this.
Through you, this report is regarding the heritage designation bylaw for 8076 Wellington Road 19, West Garifraxa. Similar to the first report, no objections were received, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Council, comments or questions pertaining to this recommendation? Okay, so that reads that the Council of Township of Centre Wellington confirms the intention to designate the property municipally known as 8076 Wellington Road 19, West Garifraxa, in the Township of Centre Wellington as a property of cultural heritage value and or interest pursuant to Section 29, Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act, and that the corresponding bylaw be given 3 readings. Do you have a mover on that? Councillor McDonald, seconder on that. Councillor Jefferson, any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? That's so moved. And we'll move down to the last one, 12.7, Heritage Designation Recommendation 195 Queen Street West. Fergus.
Thank you. Through you, this report is regarding the property at 195 Queen Street West in Fergus. The owners of the property have requested designation under the Ontario Heritage Act. Staff and Heritage Centre Wellington have evaluated the property and then found that it meets at least 2 criteria required under Ontario Regulation 906 and therefore merits designation. A statement of cultural heritage value or interest is attached to the report for Council's consideration, and happy to answer any questions again.
Thank you again. Comments, questions from council? Seeing none, I'll read the recommendation that the Council of Township Centre Wellington states a notice of intention to designate the property municipally known as 195 Queen Street West, Fergus, under Section 29, Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act. Do have a mover on that? Councillor Wilton, seconder on that. Councillor McDonald. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? That's so moved. Thank you. So we'll now move down to 12.8, telecommunication concurrence request. And I see Brett, who's moving to Lectern. Could you please speak to this? Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. Through you, this is the subject of the delegation that Council heard say a telecommunication tower request. We've dealt with a number of these over the years. If they follow the municipal protocol, when they get to the end of that process, Council has the option to either provide concurrence or not to provide concurrence. And even if you don't provide concurrence, it's still the federal government's jurisdiction at the end. For what it's worth, when this application came forward, we reviewed it internally. It was circulated to all department heads. Nobody had any objection. It's on a county road. It's at the very far, the map isn't super clear, but it's right at the far north end of the township, almost in Alma. It's like the last property before Alma. 7 meters tall, so that's barely a little over 8 feet. So there would be no requirement for circulation, and we would treat it like a site plan, in which there is no public circulation of a site plan application. It is on a county road. We circulated to the County of Wellington. County of Wellington staff had some comments and questions for shared networks, and those were resolved through the back and forth. And but they need a county entrance permit is really the only other issue. So we see no reason not to grant concurrence.
Comments, questions, Councillor McDonald.
To you, Mayor Waters, is this going to be near the other business, irrigation business that we approved on county base?
It's not on the same property, but it's not far from it.
Any other comments or, yes, Councillor Wilton.
Thank you, Mayor Waters, and thank you for the presentation. And I would just be suggesting that we go with option 1 and to provide the concurrence. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? So is that sort of the general consensus from, okay. Then I will read option 1, that Council of Township, oh, by the way, thanks, Brett, that the Council of Township of Centre Wellington provides municipal concurrence for the proposed terrestrial telecommunication antenna system by Shared Tower Inc. at 6983 Wellington Road 7, Nickel Township of Centre Wellington, and that the Managing Director of Planning and Development be authorized to prepare necessary concurrence letter. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Wilton, seconder on that, Councillor Evoy. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? That is so moved. And if Jessica, you're still there, you got your concurrence. So, so now we move down to item 12.9, process to form community development working groups for 2027 initiatives rather. And, oh, hi. How are you? Yeah, happy to see you.
It's a long night for you guys. All right, through you, Mayor, this report is about establishing a consistent community-based process for reviewing applications and submissions for several community services programs that will be delivered in 2027. For the past 3 years, members of the Healthy Communities Advisory Committee and the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Advisory Committee have supported staff by reviewing and scoring community investment fund applications. Although those committees are no longer active, their terms of reference allows members to continue this work through November 14th, 2026. A number of former committee members have indicated that they're willing to continue contributing their time and expertise. Staff are therefore proposing to bring these volunteers together into one community development working group. The group would review and score applications for 3 programs: the Community Investment Fund, the New Inclusive Community Program, and the Fergus Grand Theatre co-presenting pilot program. This approach maintains continuity with process used successfully over the past 3 years, while also allowing us to leverage the experience of the volunteers across several community development initiatives. The working group will provide scores and feedback to staff. It will not make funding or program decisions. Staff will use the results along with the established program criteria to develop recommendations through the appropriate approval process. There is one additional component to the recommendation before council today. For the arts, culture, festivals, and event stream of the Community Investment Fund, staff proposed that one member of the board of the Economic Development and Tourism Municipal Service Corporation, who is not a staff member or an elected official, would participate in the review. This will provide an additional sector-specific perspective for applications related to arts, culture, festival, and events, while maintaining the broader community-based evaluation process. And that board member would only participate in reviewing applications under that stream. Thank you.
Thank you. Comments, questions? Yes.
Through you, sir. Thank you. I think this organizes a lot of things. This helps make a lot of things flow a lot easier. And I'm grateful that we're putting a system behind this, an organized system, and I think it'll serve us all very well.
Any other comments or questions for Kristen? Thank you, Kristen, for your report. I'll read the recommendation that the Council of Township of Centre Wellington receives report number CS 2026-21 process to form a community development working groups for 2027 initiatives, and that the additional member of the Board of Economic Development and Tourism Municipal Services Corporation, who is not a staff or elected official, be invited to participate in the Community Development Working Group when applications under the Arts, Culture, Festivals, and Events stream of the Community Investment Fund are being reviewed and scored. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Craddock, seconder on that, Councillor Evoy. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? That is so moved. Thank you for that. We'll move down to item 12.10, Community Planning Permit System. And I see Emma. Hi, Emma. Welcome.
Mayor Waters, members of council, public and staff, wonderful to see you all this evening despite the later hour. So the report before you provides an update and additional information regarding the proposed Community Planning Permit System project, otherwise known as CPPS project, and seeks council authorization and direction to proceed with the procurement process. It is important to note that we're not seeking implementation or approval of a CPPS at this time. This recommendation is to allow for procurement to be initiated and to seek direction on what the preferred procurement approach entails. The project is proposed to proceed in two distinct phases. The first phase being a CPPS study. This will focus on public education, public and partner engagement, technical analysis, and an assessment of whether a CPPS is an appropriate tool within the township. Staff are recommending proceeding with a procurement in alignment with option 1, which allows for one RFP for the full CPPS project with a mandatory council decision point following the completion of the phase 1 CPPS study. Staff are recommending this approach because it allows for project continuity, administrative and cost efficiencies, while also preserving council's authority to direct whether any future phase 2 or implementation work should proceed. Thank you very much for your time. I welcome any questions or comments that you might have.
Thank you, Emma. Comments, questions? Councillor Wilton.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. Thank you, Emma. Appreciate the report. And I really appreciate that staff kind of reworked the RFP process to put in that mandatory checkpoint for council approval before we move to full implementation. So I like the way you've approached that. So I appreciate it. Thank you. And yeah, I'd be comfortable with moving forward with option 1 tonight. So look forward to how it all unfolds.
Councillor
Through you, Mayor Waters, thank you for bringing this forward. I especially want to outline, because there's members in my area definitely waiting for it, actually across Centre Wellington, about the cultural heritage landscapes. Legislation changes. We didn't continue pursuing that, and this will have eyes on that again. So I noticed it will look at the cultural heritage landscape study and inventory. So thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Councillor Evoy.
Through you, sir, I'm just going to reiterate what my colleague said. Thanks, Emma. I absolutely go with option 1, and I think maintaining a stronger voice that includes council is super important at this level.
Any other comments or questions? Again, I want to thank staff for reworking this, and I know council had been waiting for this, and I think this is a really good thing for our community. So I'll read the, thanks again, Emma. I'll read the recommendation that the Council of Township of Centre Wellington receive staff report PLN 2026-34 titled Community Planning Permit System, CPPS Project Update and Initiation, and that the Council of Township of Centre Wellington authorize and direct staff to issue requests for proposal for the Community Planning Permit System project substantially in accordance with option 1 as outlined in this report. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Wilton. Seconder on that, Councillor McDonald. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? Thank you. Thank you. And you're staying right there. So item 12.11, Affordable Housing Initiative, 350 St. Andrews Street, West Fergus.
Wonderful, thank you. So the second report before you this evening relates to the Township's Affordable Housing Initiative on the subject property, 350 St. Andrews Street West in Fergus. Following the Township's successful acquisition of the subject lands, staff are seeking council authorization and direction to proceed with an RFP to obtain a qualified proponent to develop, operate, and manage affordable rental housing on the site. The RFP is intended to maintain flexibility around land arrangements, project design, and other project feasibility components to allow for the optimal public benefit and outcome of the site. It is also intended to build on existing approvals and prior pre-development work that has been completed for the site to leverage those that are also available. Staff are also seeking authorization and direction to commence discussions with adjacent property owners about site functionality, access, parking, connectivity, and other ways that we can enhance community outcomes.
Following the RFP process, staff would return to council with a report outlining the recommended successful proponent, the land arrangement, affordability commitments, and any other implementation requirements. No final disposition, lease, or transfer of township-owned land is being considered through tonight's report. Thank you very much again for your time and consideration. Welcome any questions or comments that you might have.
Thank you, Emma. Comments, questions? Councillor Epoy.
Through you, sir. Just wow. I'm so excited about this, and I know I speak for all of us, and I just want to reiterate one of the lines within affordable renting housing may also support older adults, many of whom lived on fixed incomes. We often forget this demographic, and I am thrilled that we're moving forward, and I hope that we are setting an example across the county. So thanks for your hard work on this.
Thank you, Councillor Epoy. Councillor Adams.
Through you, Emma, I just wanted to say great report. You're not just bringing forward, like the actions and the decisions that we're making tonight, but you provided a really good background of like the need for this. So I just encourage everyone. There's a lot of talk about this that has caught a lot of people's attention, but there's a lot of really good information and background and context in this report. It's really well done. Thank you.
Councillor Wilton.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. Thank you, Emma, for the report. Don't need to repeat what they've said, but I also wanted to give a plug for the housing action plan that kind of dovetails with this in a way. And I think there's a survey out right now, so I really hope that anybody listening or watching this meeting looks for that. And there's also a lot of really great information on that website around the housing action plan, which I think you've probably been doing a lot of that work. So appreciate that, and it's really important that we look at this all kind of holistically. So thank you, Emma, for your work.
Councillor McDonald.
Through you, Mayor Waters, thank you for the fulsome report. This is a good news story. As soon as it was on the agenda, I think, I know I had a little inner Yahoo. It really is. I'm very, very proud of this council. It's been a pleasure sitting with them because this is what we were after. And it's so pleasurable to see it come to light, and a lot of hard work. And I'm proud of us.
Any other comments or questions from council? I would also like to thank County of Wellington, because we obviously work with those folks there, and we're doing this particular program, but I also know throughout the county they were doing other programs which if you have a chance to take a look at them, and all of this in the end is to help support our folks in our community and provide variety of housing. And that's something that we should be all celebrate. And really at the end of the day, it's about working together. And when we work together, we can come up with some good conclusions. So this is a very exciting. Thanks again for bringing this forward. And I'll read the recommendation. That the Council of Township of Centre Wellington receive the report titled Affordable Housing Initiative 350 St. Andrews Street West, Fergus, and that the Council of Township of Centre Wellington authorize and direct staff to initiate discussions with adjacent property owners to explore opportunities that may support or enhance the future development of 350 St. Andrews Street West, Fergus, and that Council of the Township of Centre Wellington authorize and direct staff to proceed with the issuance of requests for proposal for the disposition of a long-term lease, development and management of 350 St. Andrews Street West, Fergus, substantially in accordance with the parameters outlined and report, subject to any minor revisions satisfactory to the Chief Administration Officer in consultation with legal advice. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Wilton. Seconder on that, Councillor Craddock. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all those, oh, yes, go ahead.
Just a quick comment, give a shout out to the rest of the planning department too, Mariana and Brett and others. I think it's been a group effort, so appreciate all the work.
Thank you for that comment. All those in favor? So moved. Thank you. Now we move down to item 12.12, Garth Shore Farmhouse, change of use assessment, and Casey. Welcome.
Yeah. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Staff are pleased to bring forward this information report as a follow-up to Council's direction report, CS 2026-12, to assess the requirements of potential change of use of the Garth Shore Farmhouse to office space. The assessment was concluded and included a structural, building code, mechanical, and electrical reviews, as well as a high-level cost estimate to identify the work that would be required to do so. The complete assessment confirms a feasible path forward, a high-level cost estimate of around $90,000. Staff are encouraged by the result and believe that it represents a practical and valuable use of the township-owned asset. Locating both the Parks and the Buildings and Properties Division in close proximity to the new operations center and the greenhouses would provide an operational benefit, including improved coordination, reduced travel, greater integration with the related services. This report is for information only. No recommendations, approvals, or budget decisions are being requested this time. Staff will continue to advance the work and will bring any funding requests forward through the 2027 budget process. So just happy to answer any questions that you guys would have.
Comments or questions for Casey? Oh, yes, yeah. Councillor Jefferson.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. I was just wondering, I had a question. It's in regards to the basement that there's a rubble wall down there, and it's recommending that we do like a repointing of it, and then it's going to be an ongoing annual expense to have it maintained. Why would it not be looked at to be encased or fully encased?
Yeah, I think through you, Mayor, obviously it's a recommendation. We would look at what would the best option be to do the whole foundation at a future capital project. The costs that were kind of indicated here were the internal life safety, mechanical, electrical. So that's a future capital project that we'd bring forward, but would be looked at an area where we reduce the amount of maintenance that would be required with it as well.
Okay, any other comments or questions for Casey? Okay, I'll read the recommendation that the Council Township of Centre Wellington receives report CS 2026-27 Gartshore Farmhouse Change of Use Assessment for information. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Evoy, a seconder on that. Councillor McDonald. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? That is so moved. We'll move down to item 12.13. Reciprocal use agreement with the Upper Grand District School Board. Hello, Adam.
Okay, hello, Mayor Waters. Thank you. One more. Before you is a proposed agreement with the Upper Grand District School Board, referred to as a reciprocal use agreement, which provides a framework for the shared use of township and board facilities. Highlights of the agreement include use of township facilities by Upper Grand District School Board students during non-prime time township hours. That's from Monday to Friday from 6 a.m. to 5 p.m. at no cost. School board facilities by the township, including the Centre Wellington District High School, Grand River Public School, and the Elora Public School at no cost to the township during non-school hours. The agreement creates new opportunities for township programs such as pickleball, which everybody's very excited about these days, at 3 school sites, and ensures that school programs have more equitable access to township facilities. Staff are seeking delegated authority for the Managing Director of Community Services to make minor amendments to the agreement as required and to execute the finalized agreement, which is scheduled to commence in this September. Thank you, and happy to answer any questions or comments you have at this time.
Thank you, Adam. Councillor McDonald.
Through you, Mayor Waters, well, you're speaking my language about pickleball. Will the school board allow you to tape pickleball down on the floor, like for the summer, or is that going to be a maintenance going forward?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor McDonald. So through the mayor, so part of the agreement allows us to make what we call enhancements to these sites. If we wanted to, for example, put down either temporary paint or permanent paint to accommodate those types of programs, we have the framework within the agreement to do that. It's understood that would be at the township's cost to do so, and the school board would have to agree to it. But that's something we have discussed, and we want that flexibility. There is a desire, I think, at the board to allow us to enhance some of their facilities so that we can offer different programs.
Councillor Evoy.
Thank you, through you, sir. I'm going to look to our CAO, first of all, with deep gratitude. I remember having this conversation several years ago with now outgoing director Peter Sovran and incoming director Brent McDonald, who are working together with our team to do exactly what we keep talking about as a council, finding ways to work together to use existing services and make it work for everybody. This, to me, is exactly what community looks like. So kudos to you, kudos to the directors, outgoing and incoming directors at Upper Grand, and to the staff for making this happen. This is great news.
Okay, Councillor Addams.
Agreed. I echo my colleagues' comments. Thank you to you all. Great partnership. I know in the past, you know, the Upper Grand District School Board has cited that they've had to like shut down some of the programs that were happening outside of their facilities due to costs. Has there been talk that, you know, we may see like a return of some of those that may have shut down? Like, have they talked about the impact to them?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Adams. So through the mayor, so that didn't come up in our conversations with them, but we have heard kind of through the grapevine that for the learn to play hockey program, for example, kind of became cost prohibitive for some students or the class. So we're hopeful that this could help in that regard, and that they will have access to ice during non-prime time hours at no cost.
Thank you.
Councillor Wilton.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. Thank you, Adam, and echo all my colleagues' comments. I'm just curious why it's only the 3 schools. Was there a specific reason for that, or could that be expanded in the future? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Wilton. Through the mayor, very good question. So we wanted to, we're kind of calling this a bit of a pilot or a soft launch. And so I think it could be expanded in the future. We wanted to start with 3 sites, you know, the high school site, obviously the kind of largest amenities, and then we wanted to have a school site in Fergus and in Elora. But I think there is definitely an opportunity, if this goes well, to expand that to include more Upper Grand sites in the future.
And Councillor Evoy.
Sorry, just one last question through you. As much as I love, as we all know, and appreciate Upper Grand, are we also looking at the Wellington Catholic as a potential partner? And are there any other options that we can look at as potential partners going forward?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Evoy. So through the mayor, so we have not had those types. I have not had those types of conversations yet with the Catholic School Board. We would certainly be interested in having a similar agreement with the Catholic School Board, and you know, I think that's something we could pursue in the future. We now have a great template for an agreement, and maybe we can use that to work with other groups that have facilities.
Any other comments or questions? Thank you for your comments and good questions. I'll read and thank you, Adam. I'll read the recommendation that the Council of Township of Centre Wellington receives report number CS 2026-29, and that the Council authorize the Managing Director of Community Service to make minor amendments as directed by legal counsel and the Township Insurer to draft a reciprocal use agreement included as a attachment to report number CS 2026-29, and that once all the minor amendments have been finalized, Council authorized the Managing Director of Community Service to execute a final reciprocal use agreement with Upper Grand District School Board. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Adams, seconded on that. Councillor Wilton, any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? That is so moved. Thank you. We move down to bylaws. Okay, so usually one of our favorite times of the evening because it means we're wrapping up. So anyways, oh yeah, well, yes, but we're getting there anyways. So bylaws, 2026-62, a bylaw to authorize and fundraising activities in the form of soliciting a toll booth on Wellington Road 26 in Bellwood. Next, 2026-63, a bylaw to amend the Township Municipal Waterworks bylaw number 2006-080. Next, 2026-64, a bylaw to designate the lands at 250 Garifraxis Street East to be of cultural heritage value or interest. Next, 2026-65, a bylaw to designate the lands at 8076 Wellington Road 19 to be of cultural heritage value or interest. Recommendation that bylaws 2026-62 through and 2026-65 be read a first, second, and third time and pass signed by the mayor and clerk and corporate seal affixed. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Adams, seconder on that. Councillor Evoy, any further comments or questions? Seeing none. Okay. All those in favor? Thank you for that. So moved. Notice of motions, and then motions where notice have been given. So, Councillor Wilton.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. I'll just read my motion. All right. Given the rapid growth of AI-driven systems, cloud computing and digital infrastructure has accelerated the development of new and large-scale data centers to meet industry-defined needs, and the fact that the province of Ontario has not yet established a provincial regulatory framework for AI data center industry, there is cause to exercise caution regarding the introduction of data centers within the Township of Centre Wellington. Therefore, the Council of the Township of Centre Wellington directs staff to undertake a review and study costing no more than $49,999 of staff time of the township's land use planning policies in relation to artificial intelligence, AI data centers, pursuant to Section 38 of the Planning Act, applicable to all zones where the use is permitted in the Township of Centre Wellington, including but not limited to its official plans and zoning bylaw, and any required changes to the township's land use planning policies, mapping, and regulatory framework with consideration of, but not limited to, the following. 1, existing official plan policies and zoning bylaw permissions and regulations. 2, energy use and the impacts to power grids. 3, water use and the impacts to long-term drinking water quality and quantity. And 4, noise and light pollution impacts. B, that staff be directed to report back to council on the items listed above in A in Q3 of 2027. And C, that staff be directed to prepare for council's consideration at the council meeting on September 28th, 2026, an interim control bylaw under Section 38 of the Planning Act prohibiting the use of AI data centers within the study area described in A above. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilton. So we could do this, one of two. You could either push that as forward as your motion and you be the first on that, and then we'd look for a seconder, or we could just open it up for questions first. So what would council like to do? So I'll put it on the table. Okay, so moved by Councillor Wilton. Who would second on that? Councillor Jefferson. Okay, opportunity for questions, comments. Councillor McDonald.
Through you, Mayor Waters, this might be to the clerk. I had a resident reach out with more than 1,700 signatures in a petition similar to the one that came forward to me when we were deciding cannabis. Someone went door to door and got 500 signatures. So I take the petition seriously. She indicated to me that she couldn't come as a delegate, yet we had another delegate and would come in September. Can you clarify that for me? Sorry, clerk.
Yeah, absolutely. So through the mayor, a couple of things. I'm also aware of the conversation that we had with that. 2 things I'll address, kind of just like the petition piece. One thing about our procedure bylaw is it does not address petitions. So it's something that we're going to be looking at. I've kind of labored this point with my staff, but clean it up for next term. So it's something that we're going to address, but I have assured the individual that we'll be looking at placing that petition on the agenda because it's my understanding that it did go to council and the mayor. I have not seen it myself, but after reviewing it and receiving it, I have assured that individual that we will place it onto the agenda so the public has the availability to see said petition as well. So I'll go on the petition next council meeting. With respect to delegations, we had a delegation on a report that came to council. Our procedure bylaw, again, if you look at the 2021 version and the 2025, the language is a little bit off. And so my advisement to everybody, just to keep it consistent across the board, was that this will come forward if it does get a mover and a seconder. There's the potential that a report would come forward at the September 28th, 2026 meeting. And at such time, I advised everybody who did reach out to myself to potentially bring their name forward as a delegation at that meeting. Complete open and transparency, and that is what I support. But I do think that there's an opportunity, again, dare I say it, clean up a little bit of the procedure bylaw in the next term of council. And now that I'm here, I look forward to doing that.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Comments or questions pertaining? Yes, go ahead, Councillor Wilton.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. I do have a question for staff, if I'm allowed. Thank you. So my question will be for Brett. Just in the motion, I had put in brackets that the study would be all time, and I just wanted to double check that you think you have these the expertise in-house to do that on staff time. Thank you.
Certainly when it comes to the planning policy side of it, we do. I think where we may require some external help is with the hydro, water usage, noise, those kind of things that we normally would rely on external peer reviewers to review a development application. So certainly I think, we don't have the full capability to look at every issue that's included in this motion.
Thank you, Brett. With that in mind, I'd be open to striking the of staff time. I think that would be a friendly amendment that'd be easy enough to do. Striking the of staff time only to give staff a little flexibility to bring in expertise as required.
Councillor Evoy.
Through you, thank you. And I also look to staff at large for a couple of questions. One, is 50,000 then going to be enough to do what we're studying? And my bigger question is, where are we planning, or how are we planning? This is very new to us, and it's new across the province, and it's being fought across the province. Where are we planning on looking to get the expert advice that we're looking for to make sure that it's not slanted or that it's not coming to us in a way that won't serve us? Like, what's our plan for that? How are we, can you just give us a little update on how we're planning on doing this?
Well, council hasn't passed the motion yet, so we don't have a plan. That's my answer.
Councillor Adams.
Thank you. Just to comment, I think this is something that, all municipalities across really are talking about right now, or wider, and like it has been happening a lot in, particularly the neighbor to the south. But we're in another situation here where municipalities are, feeling these pressures, and we haven't yet received full regulations from the province and the feds. So I know there's lots of talk and stuff about there. So hopefully this gives like the time staff needs to kind of go through all of that, since these are pressures that are and applications that our township is seeing today.
Councillor Evoy.
May I ask through you, sir, to Councillor Wilton, who proposed the motion? A lot of questions are coming to us. What happens after a year? And I'm wondering if you'd like to address that with regards to assuming that we have all the information that we need by 1 year. This is a grave concern to all of us, including our residents, but certainly all of us at the table. And I know that's why you brought it as a motion. So I'm wondering what you're thinking next.
Thank you, Councillor Evoy. A year from now may be very different around this table, so it will really be up to the new council. I think what this does is give a pause for the new incoming council and for staff to make sure we have clear understanding, as Councillor Adams mentioned. So I think what happens a year from now will be up to the new council. Thank you.
Any further comments or questions that way? Councillor McDonald.
To you, Mayor Waters, it just, what you said there triggered something. So we go ahead and put this in place. Could someone take us to tribunal? Or will that be based on application process only?
Council passes an interim control bylaw. It can be appealed to the Ontario Land Tribunal. It used to be that it could only be passed or appealed on an extension of a bylaw, but the Planning Act has been changed, and so it can be appealed when it's passed.
Any other comments or questions from council? Councillor Adams.
Just a comment that I think it's fair to say that not all data centers are the same. And, I think it's time for us to all just kind of get educated on the topic, because these things aren't going away. And there's, just like in many things, good actors and bad actors. And we want to make sure who we're bringing into our community are the good actors. So I'm in support of moving this along.
Any other comments or questions that way? I agree with what Councillor Adams has said on this. Obviously, a lot of communities, not only in Ontario and throughout North America, are dealing with this. It's you know, the use of water, electricity, noise, all that type of thing. I think we need to educate ourselves on this. And I think this is part of good planning. And not every data center is like every data center, but we need to be looking at this because this is going to be part of the new norm in terms of these usage and where they're going to be located, because they're going to be a lot of times they'll be specific to area or areas resources as well. So obviously it's important for our community because we're a well-based community in terms of our water usage, and we need to be able to support our community that way with water as well as electricity. I know a province has made some overtures of what that electricity use is, so I'll be curious to see what they come out. And it's interesting, we're sort of, in some of these communities, we're sort of ahead of the province in that way in terms of wanting to look at this, but it needs to be looked at, and it is part of our reality, as we all have these. So we got to figure out how we're going to do, you know, sort of move forward, and with the use of data, and so our understanding will help us make good decisions. So, any other comments or questions? Okay. We had a first and seconder. So, yes.
Can I ask for a recorded vote?
Sure. All right, do you?
So through the mayor, I'll go through the council members and ask for a yay or nay on this initiative here. So the resolution is as forward, is presented there. Councillor Wilton?
Yay.
Councillor Craddock?
Yay.
Councillor McDonald?
Yay.
Councillor Jefferson?
Yay.
Councillor Eboy?
Yay.
Councillor Adams?
Yay.
Mayor Waters?
Yay. Thank you for that. We'll now move down to item 16, confirmatory bylaw. A bylaw to confirm the actions of council. Recommendation that bylaw 2026-66 to confirm the proceedings of council at its meeting held August 24th, 2026 be introduced a first, second, and third time and passed in open council. Do I have a person for the, yes, Dennis, thank you. Seconder on that? Councillor Lisa. Okay. All those in favor? That is so moved. Okay. Adjournment. Who would like to adjourn? Councillor Adams. Seconder on that? Councillor Jefferson. All those in favor? That is so moved. Thanks again. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, staff. Thank you, everyone.